Okay, and we're back. Oh, wait. 2 seconds. Uh-oh. One moment. Thought I got all my pre-stream stuff done. Forgot about the mic. Let me adjust that a little bit on my end. Okay, that's probably good. Probably. Alright. Well, I have leveled up my warrior a little bit. They're 85. Got some modern gear. Slightly more modern gear. And leveled up my white mage a little bit. I really like these Crypt Lurker robes, even though the Zadnor set was pretty good. Although, I'm seeing a lot of the stuff out of the Tower of Zot looks pretty cool, except I have... Oh, where'd they even go? I have a couple of the headpieces, which look... Oh, I thought I had a couple of the headpieces. Maybe it was something else. Anyway, a lot of the helmets I saw from there look, I don't know, a bit edgelord, but the rest of the armor seems to look pretty cool. I want to get more of those sets. Either way, I'm really liking this redone Behemoth King armor. Looks great. Looks great. Yeah. Definitely keeping my recollection weapon, though. Anyway, we are off to talk to Hermes about the final days. Way back when. And, hopefully that goes all right. The Hungering Gardens, where, you know, maybe, like, a lot of really crazy plant-animal life comes from, right? It's pretty nutty to me. I'm playing a bunch of warrior. Might be slightly out of tune with Dragoon. But definitely still dodge some breath attacks. Oh, yep, definitely a little bit of out of tune with Dragoon. Forget Wheel and Trusted Fang and Claw. That's like almost half my combo. Okay, Hermes is in here somewhere. How he's not immediately besieged by a lot of these things, no idea. Also, how are they even containing them? These things could just walk out. Maybe they really like the ground here and the rest of the plant life. Oh, hello. Meteon and Hermes. Rad, where did you come from? Rad, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlodaeus and Emet-Selch company. Yeah, well, I was. Told him a story. We kind of need to tell you the story. An important matter and unrelated to my decision on Fandaniel, you say? Yes, I will come, as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. Okay, we'll go talk to the others. Yeah, you've got a lot of weird, dangerous-looking stuff here. Spiky trees with one big leaf coming out in every segment. Plants with teeth. Proto-marble rose. Stuff that looks like Kuklian. Mobile Marquis? Marquis, of course, but man, Final Fantasy XII just drilled Marquis into my head, so that comes out every once in a while. Why would you do that, 12? Let's go back and speak with Hythlodaeus. I wonder what someone who's fluent in Greek thinks about these names. They've got to be a really weird amalgamation of... I don't even know. Spoke with Hermes, then. And we're briefly entangled by the denizens of the Huntington Gardens as well, I see. Or should I say, smell. I cannot speak for certain convocation members, but I, for one, am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. Yeah, let's. Because they could very easily not. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emet-Selch who would recreate Almarat in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never come to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone. Naive hope that that is. Yeah, I still don't know. This could totally be, like, alternate timeline style, right? Like, this is definitely what happened in my past until I came here and started meddling with people, and, like, now it's just two different timelines. Well, Emmett. Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges. Sounds like a plan to me. Game sounds a little bit low to me. It's appearing up kind of low in my OBS too. Give me 2 seconds. Although, we're going to get voice acting. I can just turn it up in OBS.
For keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Yeah, that sounds really low to me. Is my... No, my headset's set right. Oh, it's turned down in my volume settings. Yeah, that might...
A matter of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief.
Still a little quiet. I'm going to pop that up just a tad more.
Go on then.
Yeah, that's better for me.
Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
Well, you see, I'm from way in your future and final days are happening, and we think it's because of this emotional energy that only you know about, and we'd like your input on that. Also, please don't become a villain, even though you totally become a villain.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a Dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes.
Ever. No one else figures it out
I must stress
after you.
that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom.
Which is definitely the correct approach.
Distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Also, please don't be pissed that we meddled and, like, did some research about your whole Mateia project. We like Medion.
Even you, Venat. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to Dynamis.
It's definitely what we suspect.
Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves.
But, like, having a look around here, everybody that I know from my time may be akin to some of your familiars, right? Just with shattered Asian Almaratine souls.
The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age.
Yeah, that's also a big variable.
As you know, ether, in essence, negates Dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate Dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether.
Yeah, accurate.
Thus are they susceptible to the influence of Dynamis and its transformative potential.
Yeah, that's a pretty good guess for the difference between the two, right?
But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps.
All right, the cause is still unknown.
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source.
Well, are
A source
people
to
not
which the
that source?
victims must be attuned. One that harbors the self-same negative emotions. Elsewise, it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
Right, so there is something else out
So
there.
it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
Could be something completely out of our dimensions, right?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere.
But not the inside?
According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without a Theris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Yeah, he's saying without a Theris, but everything that some of the Askians told us in Shadowbringers was like, we heard a sound coming from inside the land. This could just be a misconception, though. But he is saying without.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Picked quite a time to start speaking to your sisters, Matei.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
Oh, that's perhaps not
I
your
wish only
sisters.
to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
So one of your sisters
too.
finds something.
What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
Ooh.
It hurts, it hurts! It hurts!
Yeah, I'm certainly not a fan.
So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Right, there's something else out there.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared, so lonely. The pain, it's too much. Why? Why? Why do we? They hurt.
Something out there doing a number on Matei. Oh man! The 14 crew.
This is wrong.
The 14 crew spent a lot of time with Yokotaro.
She's
Whoa!
gone? But
It's
how?
unexpected.
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective.
She literally evaporated.
Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Really?
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right?
I mean, I felt a lot of that too, by the look of things.
In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Oh, she was linking with me.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteion also employs Dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
But other people are, like, totally aware of Meteion's special ability to communicate with them in their heads. So, like...
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down.
I don't know.
Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search.
Seems
as one.
slightly inconsistent, especially since she was kind of crying out right there. But it does make sense that it was easiest for me to hear her in comparison to all these ancients. It's really weird that Hermes referred to himself as an ancient. Like right here, right now. Oh. I was about to say certainly Venat ran off in the right direction, but maybe not. I strained my senses to their limits, but found nothing. You must calm your mind, that you might hear it, that you might feel her silent voice. I think the tried and true method is wandering around a little bit. Suspicious disturbance. Calm your mind, your senses questing for a hint of Meteion's presence. Anything? Oh, this is a cool structure. I didn't realize it went down like that. It seeps into my mind. Our voices reporting. No, Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run to hide. Meteion's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. Oh, okay, well, we're definitely going in the right direction then. So, it may be more likely... I was kind of speculating a lot at the end of last stream. It may be more likely that Hermes is not intentionally the cause of the final days, but rather his Meteia project of sending out all of Meteion and her sisters, or sending out all of Meteion's sisters, not so much her, contacted something else way out in space from a place made less of Aether and more of Dynamis. And that something else is the source behind the surge of Dynamis coming at us. And Zodiark and Hydaelyn were just really good at kind of buffering that out away from Aetherius for a time. Strained to catch even the faintest whisper, but failed to hear Meteion's voice. She must be elsewhere. I mean, it sounds like she's a dispersed cloud of ether. And as such might be in, like, multiple places or over a large area all at once, instead of, like, a single person. He's trying to catch even the faintest whisper, but failed to hear Meteion's voice. She must be elsewhere. Meteion. I keep saying Meteion because Meteion, Meteia. She really doesn't fit being called Medea. I suppose it kind of makes sense that, like, she might be hiding around a corner or something. Here we go. Maybe. Maybe she's around here? Greetings and salutations. Meteion, not Meteion. Commencing report. At least your eyes are better. Oh no, we can't tell them that. We must run. Run far away. Gone again. Yeah, she's too nice and kind, but please don't follow me. But whatever she's come in contact with is not. Meteion's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. So we mount the ridge. Oh, that's looking kind of loud in OBS now. I buffed it up just a little bit. It's kind of warm in here. I'm going to take off my hat. Big ol' crazy gardens and all. I'm going to lower game just a bit. It's kind of quiet on my end. But I'm still working on getting sound levels and things evened out. Finally got a good mic a while back, and I thought it would be really weird to like hear my voice over speakers, you know? Because a lot of people say it can sound pretty weird having that happen over streaming. And there's that really cool phenomenon where if you play somebody's own voice back at them with just like a tiny delay, they trip over themselves. But this is all super instant, which is great. It's really not weird at all. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Dion's voice. She must be elsewhere. Keep looking somewhere else up here. What do you have to say, Emmett? Probably can't see anything, huh? This is an exercise in futility. You have to be the one to find her, Rad. Follow her voice. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. 100%, that's what I'm doing. Let's stare at these rocks for a second. Strain to catch even the faintest whisper. Can't hear her voice. See a little bit over by this tree, though. Is this the reason we've traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it can't be. It can't be. Medion's anguished voice drifts away to the south. Oh. At least we can kind of follow her. She really doesn't want whatever message she's getting to make its way to Hermes. Which, you know, from our position, makes a lot of sense. Might even be in our best interest to lie to him if we find out something really terrible, but we've got Hythlodaeus and Emet-Selch and Venat right there, so they'll definitely want to know, and all of them are worthy of being told. Must be elsewhere. Like, Emet believes himself not the type of person to do everything we said he's going to do. But he already strikes me as the type of person who, given enough time and dire circumstances, totally would. Totally would. Oh, I just tapped the red on audio. Let's see how that comes through. Compiling a report for dissemination to Hermes and all people of Aetheris. Just standing there and not a cloud of aether. Processing expedition data, preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations, formulating answers to the question, finalizing report. You're a computer! No, Rad, you mustn't listen. Alec would have loved you. It's wrong. It's all wrong. I mean, Medion's anguished voice flees towards the lake. Any sight of Metion? Yeah, several actually. She's went this way. Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The Matei are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness, which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. Or infected one and then the rest of them. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much ado would approach any sentient being directly. In the Matei's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Meteon we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters. No way to provide directions or guidance. Big nods. We'd best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Over at the lake, which Hermes may or may not be staring at already. It's a shame there is no registered concept we could use to create another Meteon, assuming, of course, we could link her to the shared mind. But no, if it were a viable solution, Hermes would have surely suggested it. A frantic search will avail us little. We must be clever about this. Always so clever. In the final days, Aether is twisted by the invasion of Dynamis from beyond the star. Its progress intensified by feelings of fear and despair and anguish. Or more like, channeled. Nay, I like not the picture which emerges from these latest pieces. Yeah, me neither. What you got, Hermes? Oh, my dear Meteon. What did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why did you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? It's pretty terrible where I'm from. My apologies. We should focus on the task. Same lines, yeah. Hypnodeus. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteon renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of Aether, much how Emet-Selch solidified your presence when first we met you? Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel Aether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Rad will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once she ascertains Mateon's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Clever. And thankfully, she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Leith. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Do we want to make her more panicked? Right? Then we have our plan. Rad and Emet-Selch will be our tracker and trapper respectively. All we others predict and obstruct Mateon's avenues of escape. Oh, look, bot! I probably have enough bot comments to, like, make good filters against that sort of spam. I would highly suggest to not click on any of their links if they're actually links. It seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Mateon and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down Aether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Bud, you're so super powerful though, like, just cough on enemies. Come on, man. Earn your name, Hades. At the very least, like, inflict every negative status in the book with a wink. Calm your mind. Your senses questing for any hint of Meteon's presence. This is a cool lake. I like this. But you fail to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. Nothing this way. We try another route then. Really? We can go up the hill, but probably over here, right? Yeah. Dang, I kind of wanted to walk out on that lake. It's really pretty. Calm your mind, search for Meteon. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? I guess I'll just have to hide. Then, where no one can find me. Meteon's anguished voice heads towards the water's edge. She went into the lake, as if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easy to find. We won't lose her this time. Okay, well, now I get my wish. Still too convenient of an excuse to not have Emmett fight. See that big shark? Not even a fate. Here. Not here. I'm not here. Please. Just realized I might have a lot of background noise going on, but that should be kind of taken care of. By that rock, is she? Very well. Found you. What? Why can't I hide? There's no need to run, Meteon. We want to help. I didn't want to choose the more scientific one. Rad, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him, his poor, fragile heart. Well, now we can see her. We have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. Yeah. Still feels like maybe not the greatest of ideas. I would say, you know, couldn't at least Venat or Hythlodaeus come up with something more soft? Less entrapping? Growing up, huh? You know, Emet is supposed to be super clever, but so far only really manifests in the realm of like, oh, we can make her visible. But there's got to be a better way than cornering someone who's scared, you know? There we go. Wait, is this a bit where I can talk to Emet in the middle of this search? Is this Neas not in use? It seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Meteon's essence. We move on. There is still an island I haven't visited, I think. And I suppose Emet would not be so familiar with this area. Hythlodaeus and Venat, on the other hand, and Hermes, they should know. There, I see her. Oh, yep, that's definitely her. She can't fly, she can't go invisible. She's not jumping off the side or getting away from us. And how are we coordinating with the others to, like, drive her into their midst? We'd have to, you know, communicate with them again. And she could barely hear us, so whatever presence is corrupting the Matea hive mind really kind of in the middle of overtaking all of them. Yet she's still capable to run and see us. It's really more like she doesn't want to tell whatever she knows to Hermes rather than she's super poisoned mind controlled, right? Well, she's going back to where we were at the beginning of the lake.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
If you say so. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's a cool steed. Still intimidating here, Emmett. Then again, I suppose I am too. Big ol' horns and all. And there's Hermes, the one she doesn't want to talk to the most. Oh, that's just all of them. Okay, well. I think it's safe to say we found
Please,
her.
Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry.
It was a cool effect in her eyes that they did with, like, the normal models.
If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all.
That's what we're trying to do.
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings.
Well, here we go. What cracks Hermes?
All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code.
This could take a while. How many did he send off?
Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected.
Long since vanished.
Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified.
A current ice age.
Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found. Only their lingering essence.
Yeah, the writer spent some time with Yoko Taro.
Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
How timely.
They are all dead.
I mean, you sent out 4
Octane.
others?
Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter.
They couldn't deal with an alien showing
Inea.
up.
Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes,
What exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed?
It's a pretty open question, isn't it?
One must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey...
And you did only send out like 5 of them, or 6.
Or none who desire to live, what then?
Even the ones who were warring probably desired to
What
live.
answers would she derive from their silence?
It's not necessarily going to drive her crazy, though. Right? I mean...
Meteion, enough. Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Alright, that's fairly dark.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteion.
Doesn't really explain the black dripping out of her eyes either. There's still some other force.
It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain.
That's life. That's okay.
Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard.
Yeah. You can be stoic and analytical and positive and thrash and wail at the same time. It's okay.
Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
Truly, like, even if you found that literally, even if you sent out 1 million and you found that literally every other species had destroyed their planet or killed themselves somehow, there's still a future where, like, you and your people could populate everything. And in 1 million years, evolve to something else. Many somethings else's all over the place. Hello, Hermes.
What is the meaning of this?
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteion. Not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You're going to go against, like, me and Emet and Venat and Hythlodaeus. Your underskirt could use a bit more work. Otherwise, cool design.
You fool!
And, you know, going by myth, I suppose he is faster than the rest, but... I also... Her report finished. It sounded like all of her sisters arrived where they were trying to go and found nothing. But he only sent out, like, a handful of them. They could go elsewhere. I don't I mean, outside from the one who, like, apparently found someone with a really dark answer and then killed themselves in front of her, I don't see how what they found corrupts her hive mind, or breaks her, or really even breaks Hermes yet. You know? If all Hermes means to do is listen to Mateon's report, then it is his right to do so. But once he receives the answers to his question, what then? The fate of the world may very well hinge upon the choice he makes in that moment, and we must be there when he makes it. Philadeus was silent. Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to Aether? You never cast your accursed question to the distant stars. You may have one day learned to be at peace upon this world. I don't know if that's what I would take away from that. Do you understand why Hermes would do this? His logic escapes me entirely. Honestly, not quite. That was... I mean... that was more in line with, like, Amen Van Daniel, but even then, it's not really either of them. One was, like, hyper-malicious, the other was malicious nihilistic. Same. Philadeus, what do you have to say? Hermes is headed to Ktisis. Considering the expansive dimensions of this place, even we may have a difficult time locating his Aether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point of the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Rad? I have a say in this now? It is clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteon's is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase, and even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Right, like, Meteon having black pouring out of her eyes tells me that there's something more than just the nihilism that they found behind the cause of the final days. It would be really weird, in my opinion, if that discovery tipped all of these ancients over the edge. Anyway, agreed on all accounts. To Ktisis Hyperborea we go. To Ktisis Hyperborea we go. Hyperborea? Hyperborea? Whichever. Old Greek words. I'm never going to say it right. The language I'm speaking now is barely based off of Greek. I mean, in, like, the way things are pronounced and such. Oh. Bit of a gathering, huh? I saw not out of the ordinary. Does anyone know what caused it? Is it blocked off? I mislike the look of this. Yeah, me too. Judging from the crowd, something is afoot. That's like the most obvious thing to say, I feel. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Ktisis? Mistress Venat, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Ktisis put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. Some group of researchers you are. This is Hermes' doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. thesis scholars and observers were unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. And consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. I assume that means you're okay with it. Probably not going to stop us no matter what. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not likely to be at our fighting best. I will totally go in there with this party, though. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I have little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Pick up a bow. And you will put that talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. Yeah, me too. I was once Asm, after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And I'm a shard of the other Asm. I'm assuming Venat's successor. And you, Emet-Selch, can impress us with your arcane majesty. You lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. So, Hythlodaeus is going to be our eyes, Emmet's going to create a big shield, and Venat and I are going to go smack things around. It would be nice if Emet were just tossing off big spell after big spell, cursing everybody with every status effect, and then dumping mega flares on things. Your tale led us here, Rad, so it is only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteon. And then we will face the future together. That's right. And if you could all follow me to my future, that would make things really weird. Thesis Hyperborea. This, oh my god! Shit. I'm really tempted. I don't normally do dungeons with former party and oh my god! Soulseer, the third seat all-rounder. So you all, your offense, your tank, your heals. So right now we're 2 DPS, or Venat could be any of them. I'm a little 87 and 98. Okay. I don't normally do trials and such with the NPCs, but this is a super cool party, so I'm gonna see how we do. Emet as tank. That's so weird. We're definitely using him.
Let's get this over with.
Oh, they have voice lines.
Let's get this over with.
I can scarcely contain my excitement.
Come, let us be off.
I can scarcely contain my excitement.
That's the best one.
Let's get this over with.
Although that's very Emet-Selch. Let's do it. Wow, this is gonna feel real weird to me. I never use the trust systems. But how can I deny this party? How can I possibly deny this party? Kind of makes me wish I had. Well, then again, I don't even know. Like, what's easier with trusts? Playing as DPS tank or heals? Trying to keep a bunch of bots alive sounds almost aggravating. Would be pretty easy to keep aggro. Ooh. You gonna run through the dungeon for me? Nope, they're just gonna follow. Yeah, okay, that's super weird. Venat is white mage. Emet-Selch is a dark knight. I was only joking, but Hythlodaeus comes in as a bard. Oh yeah, no, this place is cool. Oh yeah. I guess this gives us plenty of time to wander around. Have you ever wondered where your creation is a beneficial existence to the star? Wonder no more. For Arctisis Hyperborea, our mission is to determine the answer. For temperate plains to tropical jungles, from smoldering volcanoes to frozen fields, we put creations to the proof in a wide range of meticulously recreated environments. Your creation can survive in the water. This is like an advertisement pamphlet for everybody's different concepts. Okay, well, normally... Oh, yeah! Go Emmett. Literally picked up the ball. Oh, yeah, nice, nice! Good on you for actually getting out of there. Assuming Venat is going to be pretty good as white mage.
I'm not entirely.
I might be doing the vast majority of the damage. Use our position to speed this along.
My way.
If you have enough skill speed, if you can actually get in 2 of the heavier damaging combos before re-upping the wounds. Getting the damage. Almost put start right here too.
How about you?
Do that after this. I should do that in the middle of this because I can. I'm not rushing through the dungeon. Even though jump on this tab. Dang. Down to 2. That's not a bad idea. Here. I want my jump. And I want Stardiver and Nostron. Here's the goal. Right there. Yeah. We've gone down either path. And I think this was the only one open, right? Oh, and we've got to go down. Yeah, this was the only one open. Hop in there, Emet. I'm so glad he's here tonight. Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, hi.
I see you opening.
I'm not entirely useless.
Doing pretty alright for bots. Surprised. I mean, I guess this is a pretty solid. You could have a Piffle be a summoner instead, but clearly he's not very good at magic. Where are you? June. Myself in that Stardiver animation. Right, I've got 2 life surges. That's the best. That's the best. The potency upgrades are really nice, but 2 life surges is good. Venat is getting rid of everyone. He's a white mage. He's a very good white mage. Very good white mage. Jump in there. Yeah! I still got my warrior on the side. Oh no. Well, there's a waste of life surge. Ooh. Wow. Teleport to dodge. Cool. I wonder if that's like a trust thing or just these two being cool.
I'm not entirely useless.
Okay, we got extra ice crystals. Yep. Or at the very least, not destroyed. Ah, your teleport is a ruse. Makes sense.
I'm not entirely useless.
Far away, nice.
I'm not entirely useless.
Okay, so we're still not going to be able to get every one of our hits. Which way you going? I wonder. We got very little time. It's nice that the boss knows exactly where to go. More ice crystals. Suppose I could put some bars right after this. I imagine with actual players you can totally not even, there's no rolling. There's less rewards. That makes sense though. That makes sense. What does the Mask of Fending look like? What's the fancy? What's the theme for this place? Is that a veil? Oh wow. Whoa. That's kind of nice. What I've seen of the armor from the Tower of Zot looks pretty good. What's the other stuff I have? I have some tank gloves, I think. Not Hydurium. Not Exarch. Not Bosgen. Yeah, the Palaka stuff. This looks okay. Oh, I've totally glamored it. It looks alright. It looks kind of like the evolution stuff, which is kind of weird to say considering that's what I glamored the arms to. Looks okay, I guess. I see you. But that Tower of Zot armor looks pretty good, and that helmet just picked up looks nice with it.
My way. Fall.
What damage bonus? No. Let's see. Star Dagger. No dot. But yep, there we are.
Stay away.
Damage bonus up, right? This is almost mindless easy as DPS.
I'm not entirely useless.
No chests? Nothing? Okay. I like the look of this place. This is like, what would you even compare this to? It's different than a lot of the, like, earlier academia places. Rips. I got 2 of them.
I see you opening. Out of my way.
Forward a little, head blow. I guess that's close enough. I really like that tank Emet-Selch is a Dark Knight. What else would he be, right? That's Hades. He's got a bunch of magic to toss around. I'm a paladin, I guess, but like Dark Knight. Dark Knight. Oh, hey. Bot numero dos. Gonna get one of those an hour. What was the first line of that? Something about something being designed for speech? Mistress Lisa, her creation is based on a concept for a bipedal wolf, and indeed it is impressively manlike in its gait. It is also highly intelligent, as it is evidenced by its ability to employ tools. While the gleam in its eye gives the impression that it comprehends our words, in the case of creation, its throat is designed for speech. Yeah, the more I read about their creations and the familiars, the more, like, I don't know, it seems to be indicating that a lot of the races and species and these tribes and things like that are somewhat of a design of all the ancients, you know? Go in, Emmett. Yeah. Yeah, he's got it.
I see you opening,
everybody. That hit him. Just right up in there. Ring of aiming. I guess I could use that on my dancer. And then I'm not getting anything of slaying. Got some stuff waiting for my warrior, though. Warrior and Dark Knight, as soon as they hit 87. It's only 2 levels for warrior. Latin Lord. What is Latin familiar? That's from a Final Fantasy somewhere. Jump in, jump in, jump in. Is maybe Leiden the name of the snake arm dude? Leiden the name of the snake arm?
I'm not entirely useless.
Was a guard? Posing as a guard at the fore? Lots of fore references, so. Oh. Okay. So maybe. And then he's doing his breath from the left and forward. Okay. So you have to pay attention to the heads. That makes sense. Explode. Oh. Okay. Okay, that's not too bad. Stress system's okay. Especially when it's these characters. That's moderately less hard to dodge. Just gonna back up a little bit. Oh, changed.
Out of my way. My way.
It's not bad. Yeah, they were totally in a better spot. That's a fine boss fight. For like a mid-boss. Gloves of striking. Oh, that's only monk and samurai. Wow, I didn't get a single piece so far. Maybe with the end, right? It's got to still be random and not wait into your class, because that would be way too easy for people to just kind of gear up on their own. Makes sense. Makes sense.
I cannot let you take me to
Oh, we had this guy getting that snake. Hit everybody even though it totally looked like it. Are you stunning these people? Where's your holy?
Fly true.
Or her. back and just get my damage up because the boost. Celestial Spear. Okay. Little research tables up in the clouds.
This may sting.
Let's skip that part of the combo and get on. Man. I still like Dragoon. It's like a really basic melee DPS class. And it does a good job of balancing like being kind of simple but keeping you on your toes combo wise. You have to stay on top of things. It's not hard. Moderately easy to screw up, but it's not hard to do right. Central aerial markets. Whoa. This place looks great. Here, yeah, this makes sense for Hermes too, studying birds that fly out of the stratosphere.
I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
I see you opening.
Well, really, it's not too bad. Surge charges. Oh, hello. There's only the two of them.
I see you over there.
Assuming we're pretty close to Hermes. Life forms, an introduction, probably written by Hermes. The successful creation of migratory birds, which travel between continents with the seasons, came as a breath of fresh air to the long, stagnant realm of flying life forms. In the end, it was a relatively simple thing to grant creatures the ability to navigate by celestial bodies, but this method lacked the precision needed to guide them to the same location each time, as would be vital to their survival. The breakthrough came in the form of magnetic fields, the use of which was discovered by the incumbent Venat during his acquired ideally brought lasting benefits to the star. Yeah, if your planet didn't have birds that naturally evolved in navigating by magnetic fields, then thinking up that all your own is pretty smart. Alright, what you got to say? Or is this just going to be like a normal intro?
So, it comes to this. I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
It seems like he has a will to fight in that case, because, like, you could just talk and work things out, right? This is a situation. As far as to make himself alone. This is a situation wherein you totally could just, like,
I will have the time
not
and
actually
tranquility I require.
fight.
Gust and gale, gather to me. Ancient brand, unleash your power.
Oh, flashy.
Dancing wind, here's my bow.
Of course he does.
Stars on high, war and rain.
That was the wrong side. This looks like it's gonna hurt. That hurt. Oh. Oh, I see. Yeah. Totally need it. Oh. And all the other options. Okay.
Prepare yourself.
Makes sense. Thank you. Okay.
I see them.
Get out of here. Didn't quite get out of those, huh?
Streams of ether, surge as one.
That's too bad. I've got two of them now. Totally use the life surge damage bonus on bots. Alright, so if we're going in sequence, there's no way they're all going at once. Spread.
Dancing winds, here's my bow.
You're trying to take on Emet. And Hythlodaeus apparently is not a big competitor, but Emet and Venat fighting on the same side. Probably better.
Stars on high, fall as rain.
Have a taste.
That little. Re-up that combo. suppose we do kind of want to spread these things out.
Even when transformed, I am not finished yet.
I mean, he's right, though. He's not finished. Do we straight up kill him and send his soul back to the planet later if he comes him on? Because we better not kill him here, right? He still needs to tell us a lot about Dynamis and such.
My power.
Yeah, you were a little foolish to try and go against Emet and Venat, right? I mean, I had me and Hythlodaeus backing him up, but like, Emet and Venat, buddy. That was a bad idea. And I only barely understand why you did it. You're emotional, but you've got a gunblade weapon? Oh, a machinist weapon. Wow, my machinist is maybe even lower level than the level that gunblades start at. What does it look like? Draw that thing. Oh, I mean, that looks okay. Big black and silver vibes going on with the armor coming out of here, right? Oh, that's not at all what I was looking at. This. That's a pretty good piece, honestly. Okay, well, it's not like I can go talk to the Medion. Alright. Let's see what you have to say after that. And please, don't, like, immediately die, or I want more out of Hermes in this story section.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteion into custody.
He's not gonna like that.
And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
But he did eventually become Fandaniel, right?
Meteion, I am so sorry. With that, I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course.
I mean...
But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized.
I mean, you could just continue to talk, you know? Instead of whatever you're about to do.
Become the province of others. I bid you tell me just one thing.
Uh-oh, here it comes.
Was there happiness in those distant stars?
Probably not, by the sound of it.
A reason for living?
There's not a singular answer to that question, man. You gotta make it up on your own.
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records.
And in that sense, like, Emet was right.
Of the deceased.
Communed with the spirits of the deceased.
Heard the final testaments of the dying. Welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy.
These are all rather simple.
They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow.
Yeah.
And lost their will to live.
These are all rather simple resolutions for, like,
The
an entire
worlds
species.
These peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best.
And so they stopped trying?
That they had tried to fulfill their potential with
That's not
every
really how most
step and success.
societies work.
In the course of which they learned the truth.
Nihilism.
That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived.
That's no reason to wholly give in to those emotions and, like...
Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice.
It's no reason to be
Oh, beloved
so corrupted.
mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation.
That's what I've been saying this whole time. It's just nihilism.
Peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful.
None of what she said or what those races concluded
We
is a
will
reason
make
to
our
give in to
nest at the edge of the
nihilism.
universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering.
What does that gain you?
There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars.
From your faulty
Such
question.
is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die?
Right. And who are they to dictate how we must live or, like, what our outcomes ought to be? Why not just start the fight by doing that?
You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
Oh, Emmett,
In the name
big
of the
perplexed.
star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed.
Well, you were playing God to begin with.
If we ourselves are flawed, does not stand to reason that we too should be discarded.
No,
That
it
is
doesn't.
sophistry, and you know it.
Yeah.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right?
That's your answer.
Let us settle this with a determination.
Okay.
In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist.
I don't really think you have that authority.
If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified. He will surely find a way to avert his demise.
I mean, that is literally what I'm
If
doing,
not,
and why you're still wrong.
he will perish in stone. As with all
Like, philosophically, just
provisions must be made
you
to
nihilist.
ensure fairness. Kairos, awaken!
Kairos. It's a clock.
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Why have you built
Command.
multiple doomsday
Universal
devices?
memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emet-Selch of the convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following.
Why are you even capable of doing this
I
to
was
Emet
here.
and Venat?
Preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emet-Selch and Hyphodeus. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated the burst.
Too simple.
The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Which is why none of you remember anything that I told you later on, and how everything makes sense. And why nothing I've done changed anything.
Go.
Except it
Meteon,
definitely happened in
to
the
the
first
edge of the
place.
universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Not so much.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
That's right.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteon!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Why didn't we do this from the beginning?
Argos, to me!
I think Meteon might be a little bit faster, to be honest.
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place.
So, in which
You
case,
must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do.
please do,
Now
Hitflow.
then, where is it?
Where I entered?
There you are, my little confluence.
I can't believe Argos is just as fast. or faster.
Almost!
Sure.
Very well then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
How is Kairos even capable of this?
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am.
Conversely, I can tell you, you are quite sorry. Come on, Emmett. Now, Hithlo. Oh, buddy. That's okay, I can fall great distances.
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emet-Selch.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was over.
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping we would.
You don't have much time for monologuing,
It was
guys.
never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
They both have better sight than you,
I'm quite
Hermes.
incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though,
Yet-
in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement.
Okay, be wordy.
Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every asset.
Of course.
There's no time! Quickly!
So the
Even
two of
now,
them...
I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
That's twice now. You're leaving us a legacy. You two should have magicked
Final
yourself
process
through that
complete.
confluence.
Executing universal memory alteration.
And of course by universal you mean by everybody in here, right? So Emmett and Hythlodaeus and Hermes. But not myself or Venat. Not the Azims. Or really anyone outside of this building who would have no way of knowing anything else. Which is convenient. Sets up why no one knows anything about the final days. And why they do Zodiark. And why Venat does Heidelin.
I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life?
He sent out like 5 or 6 Matea, right?
Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations?
If there's a million of them out there and 50% of them end up like that, you still got tons of other civilizations who do not react like that.
And yet,
he sent out like 6.
I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down.
And she never finds or removes that magic.
Thanks to Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
Yeah. I mean, we know what became of the others. They got their memory erased, which sucks a lot for them and is going to suck a lot for your entire
I'd like to know too.
civilization.
Let us ascertain the situation at Kutisis Hyperborea, where they should still be.
Borea. Can't we just tell them
Given the
the
likely
story
state of their memories,
again?
However, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time?
Let's just tell Emmett.
Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him.
Okay.
Now,
Convenient.
close your eyes and open your mind.
Shouldn't we just tell them the story again? And won't... I mean, did Hermes reset his own memory too? Won't he be wondering where Meteon is? Meteon is?
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Won't they see Argos and be like, oh, Venat is watching?
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable.
Oh, right,
And
right. He did plan for that.
She...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos' accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
So it would seem.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venat and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venat was with us, I have no recollection of it.
You have... Oh, he did cover the period from when you two arrived here.
But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Venat about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteion did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Emmett. Your hubris. I think you should probably just... Man, my claws really dug into my
Let us
hand there.
rest. If only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Much longer for you. Why not just tell them again? Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more intellecties. He poured much of himself into Meteion, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that he had never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world. Then the Meteia would have... Oh, he will believe that had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the Meteia would have never been born and to suffer and die. To offer to join the 14 would be a welcome distraction, and one day hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandango. He was right in that, like, he would oppose their... It's so weird. Like, Hermes Fandaniel still makes somewhat little sense to me. I get the later Fandaniel and Amon more than, like, present Hermes Fandaniel, right? By present, I mean ancient. Like, our present Fandaniel makes more sense in that he regained these memories of Meteion and the Meteia coming back. There is no answer to why people live. You just live. You make your own answers. It's different for everybody. Civilization is not going to have an answer for why are we alive or why do we stay alive. Civilization doesn't try to answer that question. It tries to, like, keep people okay. It tries to make things in society work and have fluid, functional relationships, but it doesn't. And societies can have their own different goals too, but, like, in general, that's it. And then the question for, like, why are we alive? Why do we continue to stay alive? That's a personal one. Even in this society, you have people who live as long as they want and then eventually go back to the star because they're the lifeblood of the planet. Final Fantasy live stream stuff. But, like, current ancient Hermes Fandaniel, it doesn't really make much sense to me why he would do exactly what he did. I mean, even Emmett was like, hey man, what if your question was flawed? and then Hermes, being a big old magic scientist, should be like, oh, shit, you're right. I didn't ask a scientific question. It was very specifically creating an emotional hive mind to go out and solve a philosophical question. But the 5 or 6 that I sent out found a bunch of dead civilizations, which are bound to happen with, like, the way that civilizations can go about not knowing how they're affecting their environment, or if they just all succumb to war, if an ice age just naturally happens and it wasn't even the cause of the civilization and no life remains afterwards. That's not a good reason to proclaim that nihilism wins out, like, over existentialism or any other philosophy you want to posit in the first place. And so I think the reasoning behind, like, Hermes Fandaniel and Amon and our present Fandaniel being a big nihilist is actually, literally, he's kind of a dumb theater kid who needed therapy for depression. I wish it were more than that. I wish it were more than that. Because that's... He was very, very quick to start up combat and steal away Meteon to hear the rest of the report, and then immediately bought into it and was like, okay, I guess we'll see. I mean, at least at the very end, whenever he decided to wipe everyone's memory, he was like, okay, he took the stance of, I guess we'll see if we stand up to that test or not, of falling into utter nihilism through whatever direction of our way of life. Which, to me, is kind of a whack-ass orientation, right? I mean, you can get pretty doomery and pretty down pretty quick, depending on what you're looking at and where and when, but even a lot of the really terrible, terrible things that have happened in, like, my history and your people's history, it doesn't give good cause to be like, well, nihilism is the only answer. That's, like Emmett said, that's sophistry. That's a dumb person's idea of what a smart conclusion is. Anyway, we've got Venat here. She knows about all the Heidelin stuff. So my armor's looking good. So let's go ahead and see what happens next. Rad, listen to me. Our duty now is to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus that they have been deceived. No, or is not, apparently. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Propoleon. So does that maybe mean that none of them get that Dynamis and the emotional energy are responsible for the final days? Because Hermes Fandaniel made certain that everybody who knew about that forgot about it, except for me and Venat. And so they make Zodiark to keep all the ethereal energies going the way they're going instead of decaying. And then Heidelin's like, maybe she convinces a couple of other people later, and eventually they do the Heidelin plan. far away is Rad going? It's down there. We've got 4 side quests to do. Okay, I'll do the Aether Current quests later. I forget, can I warp down here? No, not yet. Okay, so anyway, they do the Zodiac plan to keep all the Aether energies going the way they're going, and then they do, and Venat convinces a few others to do the Heidelin plan, probably based off of whatever she knows. And they do the Heidelin plan, and that power of stasis actually helps keep the Dynamis Akasa energy away. But our people from our time are more vulnerable to corruption via Dynamis. Although I guess, like, you know, the magics of the people of this time completely going out of whack also leaves them pretty vulnerable. And Zodiac is more of a certainty. Not that they need, like, big certainty or reassurance. Democratus. Time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Venat, several cutscenes will play in sequences. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We got plenty of time, even if it's like an hour. I'm gonna drink some water. Suggest everybody else does too.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
It better. Uh-oh. Yeah, okay. My mic felt like it went... voice went away from my ears there for a minute. This is definitely where we have to part ways. I mean, but honestly, let's just tell Emet and Hythlodaeus again. The two of us can convince them. Right? But Elidibus did warn us. You can't do anything that would change it. We're still on a singular timeline. Probably best to try and avoid any more paradoxes than we've already wrangled ourselves through.
Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteion free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us.
Why is she even capable?
We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done.
Why is she even capable of doing big nihilism damage to everybody?
In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control.
Again, of like 5 or 6 other stars.
I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold.
And so then you eventually do have your people with you who can enact the Heidelin plan and probably share that knowledge with Midgard Sormer way down the line. I think you should probably just tell Emet and Hythlodaeus again. And maybe keep it.
I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14.
Maybe keep it away from
However,
Hermes.
it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe.
Right, so you explain it to Emet and Hythlodaeus, and you do it way outside of the reach of that Kairos BS Deus Ex Machina.
Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come.
Except we know that he won't be.
Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation.
And why you,
regardless of how we proceed,
and probably the current
if we are
Azim,
to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist.
that's why you should tell Emet he's well aware that such a claim is sophistry.
And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end.
Just because the universe is, like, directionless and there's no inherent reason to live doesn't mean that people and groups and civilizations don't have reasons to live. To just keep going on and not ruin things is a good enough reason to keep living.
Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins.
Most of the people of those celestial ruins sounded like they kind of came to a singular mind about things, and that's what did them in.
We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead.
Perhaps if you were to
the
somehow
burden of guiding this legion of souls.
Perhaps if you were to somehow form a magic spell that was just, like, literally therapy and throw it at Meteon.
Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As
That's
long
all
as
you
he
need.
believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow.
And, like, that's it right there. That's your whole reason.
And
That's a
when
reason to live.
mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise.
And that probably is where we're ending, like, with this expansion. Maybe, I don't know, maybe
Fare you
Meteon's
well, my light
involved
of
in the next
future.
expansion.
Till we meet again.
See you later, Venat. You were the coolest part about this past trip. Emet and Hythlodaeus are great. They're great, they are. You were the coolest part. No question. That was a really good portrayal of Venat. And this whole experience was fairly unexpected. I'm just, like, philosophically down on old Fandaniel being a bitch. And very limited in his reasoning.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandana.
Yeah, good luck. I mean, you probably do really well without that whole experience. But then, as Amon and later Fandaniel, oof. Yeah, let's not dive into them final days. Oh no. Maybe we just get to see it, or be like a time ghost again.
Standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end.
And what are you doing? You're clearly not Heidelin yet.
That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer Hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiac. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable.
Kind of, sort of, did the best, given your understanding of your reality.
Too terrible to bear. And for too many, who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong. Why must we suffer so?
I mean,
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were.
maybe
To
not
reclaim
even.
the perfect paradise we
Maybe not
once
even reclaim a
had.
perfect paradise. Just move on, right?
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise.
Yeah, I mean that's you have to
No
acknowledge that.
civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget
sides of
this
the same
tragedy.
coin.
Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it. We won't accept it. It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
And that's a flawed
No, it will not.
flawed
For
interpretation.
there has
It was
ever
never
been
free.
sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness.
Yup.
No paradise is without its shadows.
Bitterness.
If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
She's hitting you with bars, and you're just like, nah. Sacrifice, though. Must have paradise.
O mighty Zodiac!
Ah.
God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
Falling into the traps of the other civilizations.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
She would. It didn't happen instantly, though, right?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before.
But you're delusional if you
They are my meaning and my purpose.
Right.
My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us.
And so it happens
No more
instantly?
shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk.
How are you, by yourself, capable of just becoming idle? You had to have already put together the rest of those plans. But I suppose that's simply her decreeing that she's definitely not going along with the Zodiac plan.
All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment.
But you still keep moving.
I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown.
which is
And
fine.
in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die?
There is no such thing as perfection.
As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you.
Because you can.
To find joy, even as darkness descends.
Because you can.
And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
That's a good song. That's a really good song. That's pretty good juxtaposition of everything.
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine.
Oh.
When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
That's a big old paradox. That's a big old paradox. Bring back Elidibus. It's not gonna happen. Woof. Geez. Sheesh. What do we tell the rest of the group? Exit to the Crystarium. Where does this take us? Back to... Oh, we get a choice. To Elpis, to the source. Where does it spit us out in the source? Back where it did for Shadowbringers? Yeah, wow. Okay. Cool. Cool. I like it. We're gonna, warp. Thou must live, die, and know. In vague terms, eh? In vague terms. Well, definitely still got some time for this. I wouldn't be surprised if that was all of the 87 stuff and we're on to 88, but it tends to kind of drag out even more than that. I suspect we've got a good deal of expansion left, right? Because there's at least one more dungeon, and then, like, woof, look at all them, right? We could be almost 40% of the way through, for all I know. I really like this armor, though. This armor kind of owns. Although, honestly, that helm that we got from Cathesis Hyperboreum, it's looking pretty nice, too. Like, if I just go over here, and then Thesis Mask of Fending, try that on. That kind of fits with just this, right? I mean, my legs... Okay, my legs and my arms aren't Crypt Lurker set, but that's pretty okay. I haven't even looked up what the rest of it is. And I kind of want to see. Wait. Locked quest? Oh, right. I changed. Yes? What did I change or not change? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, whatever. I will do warrior stuff later. Warrior and white mage. And then after that, probably dancer, and then I gotta choose between summoner, red mage, or black mage. Because we gotta do those role quests, right? In fact, I could probably hit one more level and finish out the melee DPS role quests, which were okay so far. Dealing with a bunch of Sahagin. Maybe we have to get further in the main quest in order to really understand and make sense of what's going on at the end of that one. It's taken its time to set up, so maybe some of the others were better. Melee DPS role quest so far is okay. Red, impeccable timing as always. I've heard you were off to the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, so often seems to be the case. While you were away, we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. '88. Chondrite, or Chondrite. Probably Chondrite. And I'm probably still going to use this weapon skin. Okay. No voiced lines. Time to report another bot. So you've learned a lot more of the final days. Yeah, you could say that. I sure hope so, because it kind of didn't do much. We're going to have to ask some alchemists to whip up a potion of therapy that we can throw at a cosmic entity. Unfortunately, during your time in the first, events have taken a turn for the worse. No surprise there. The Scions are running themselves ragged, trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. No surprise there. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alizé and Alphinaud have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locus Moenus is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Estinian, and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Stola and Master Montoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Heidelin in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tatru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. Yeah, and given what I just saw, like, it almost... Well, I was about to say it almost doesn't matter where they go, because we just learned from all these other planets that that's where Meteon started with all this Final Days nihilism nonsense. How she grew to have the power to super screw with everybody's Aether because of her Dynamis orientation. Who knows? That's a really big growth for her to be able to come back and just, like, wipe out all the ancient Ascians and then us as well. More of an ask of ancient Almarat, but whatever. That's what's happening. But really, whatever happened to all those other planets doesn't really matter, because the moon being a giant ferry ship to get everybody else out to some other planet to start over and go again is still, like, in the hopeful vein of carrying on and living. It's still abandoning the star, though. We should just go, like... I mean, what's going to happen is we're just going to go beat the crap out of Meteon. I can never say that name right. You will also recall the proposal issued by Master Fortunal to the people of Rad Mahou. Following their discussion, Vrithred declared his support for the plan and urged those who wished to evacuate to accept the forum's invitation. So far, so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently the forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. That's fine. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Hanish refugees to the tower, Alphano, Alizé, Estinian, and Garaha traveled to Garlemald not too long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now... Are we going back to Garlemald and it's worse? The final days have come to Garlemald. Oh, so maybe the trailer stuff can still happen, and it makes more sense, even though most of those lines have already been said. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fortunal. Then panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Rad. Please, you must help them. This is really a Yoko Taro influenced expansion. For sure. The enemy is hopelessness. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. Yeah, ideally. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you'd best take every possible precaution. Okay. Do we get another, like, more super messed up Tower of Babel? We're doing 88 quests now, though, and the next dungeon will be 89. Probably not getting to it tonight unless these are short somehow. I am 89. I am 89. Did we get anything else before 90? I don't think so. We got this upgrade, and this upgrade, and 2 life surges. We got 2 life surges at 88. Which is pretty good. It's not like an amazing new ability. I mean, these are pretty good. Draconian Fury is pretty good. And then Wormwind Thrust. Delivers an attack to all enemies in a straight line before you with a potency of 420 for the first enemy and 210 for all remaining enemies. And we accumulate that stuff by... increases the potency of Gearskogol to 260 and Nostron to a lot more. I say a lot. What are they at now, anyway? Yeah, that's like a 30% increase. From 300 to 460? To 360. It's like a 20% increase. That's pretty good in both cases. Allows for the sharpening of the first mind's focus upon successfully landing Raiden Thrust or Draconic Fury. So, Raiden Thrust or Draconic Fury, right? True Thrust into Raiden Thrust, and then Doom Spike into Draconic Fury, and then we do Wormwind Thrust. So I might want to put that right here. I don't ever really use Leg Sweep, which is bad because I should. Do I have... There's Arm's Length. Well, either way, we're going to Camp Broken Glass. Back to Ilsabard, and over here. They better not treat this as a new map. I just got the ability to fly throughout Garlemald, like, yesterday, or the day before. Oh yeah, that's very end of days-ish. Lots of people off on hunt trains. I think here and Thavnair seem to be the popular hunt trains. Fate trains, rather. Lucia. Rad, and not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greeting short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacias and the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. And we saw scenes of Final Days stuff starting to go down in Alamigo and Ishgard, and still haven't even touched on that. That was before we left to go hang out with the cooler characters. All of the characters at this point are pretty good, but Venat was dope, and that was a really good portrayal of Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees came to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we would discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart. Sure. More several cutscenes. In that case, I am going to go to the bathroom real quick, because I barely kind of have to, but hey, if we get a lot more cutscenes, maybe that could change in the middle of it. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's view these more scenes. As the heavens burn. What happened to all our buds here on the first? Antlions and Mere Knights.
No. No. We were promised an escape. Not to say we fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste.
Of course, Fortunal still has the determination. to
Calm
fix all
yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy.
this. You know that, but you're not very good at making them not panic, now are you? You're surrounded. How do you fight Fortunal? You should be a sage, right?
How?
What do you mean, how?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
Okay, what do you mean, how? Try. That's how.
I can handle this pair. You?
Shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
Let us be about it, indeed. Eh?
As you wish, my little lord.
Am I playing as Alphino? Excuse me. Oh no. A bit of tea in my throat. And so. Oh no, I don't know anything about Sage.
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wound.
Does this heal? That heals.
Help us at hand.
Another Neo diagnosis. Good, good. That's a big heal with a cooldown. Dosis, and rest are all attacks, right? Oh my god. Thank you, Steve. That's a cast time, that's not instant. Yes, yes. That's instant. That's instant, but probably a dot.
Those who can stand, come with me.
Is that Fortunal? That was Fortunal talking.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
Same with you. You're alright. The monster's bearing down upon you. I can heal the hell out of you. Get over here to Fortunal.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
We got more refugees. What's up, Estinian? Some barrier. AoE heal. Barrier on these spells. Yeah. Okay, this is kind of a big one. Shield. Take a lot of damage. Take a big heal. Heal. Let's do this instead. I don't like to look at that at all. Okay. Okay, so Sage is... Oh. Yeah, you know what to do there. Let's do first. Okay, so hyper-simplified Sage seems pretty simple. Just put another shield on him. And do a reveal. Yeah. You could use that. Okay. Hyper-simplified Sage, pretty alright. Pretty easy. This is a family. Oh, I didn't even realize that was what we were just fighting. Because, like, viewed from the top, it looks way different. And I thought those things were smaller before.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
Not over yet. Oh no. A knot beholder. It hit the kid with its eye. It's got legs, it's not floating. That's somehow grosser.
Don't. I don't want to die.
Sid?
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Oh. Of course not Sid, it's the Garleans. Cool, good. And is that...
Wait, that's... Euless and the army.
Yeah.
So, you've recovered then?
Welcome back to the fight, Euless.
In time enough to be of aid. For once.
Yeah, now you're putting your might to the good use. To good use.
We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better!
Do better, by all means.
Has her pride!
Hey, look, yet another reason to live. As long as you don't let it eat you.
Of that I've no doubt.
Mm-hmm. Come on, Fortunal.
The gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army.
Are you going to turn down their help?
Oh!
I
Big red mage hours.
All of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured
both
by
of
their
you.
former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
I know you were referring to me, but like,
Well then,
both of you.
I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
Yeah, go all out,
So long as
Graha.
you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go.
Which one we playing as? Alize. Alright. I haven't red maged it up in a bit. Let's do this. Oh. Does she not have... Let's just nuke all these guys. Bear flare combo. Oh, right. She has different combos going in. That's cool. That's good. What's our scorch combo look like? That starts with melee now? Maybe it always did. Yeah. Oh, this is bigger. Look at that. Fire their arrow. There we go. He will. Yeah. That's fine. Bring it. What else do I have? Oh, emboldened and bear cure? Okay. Savior here. Don't like the sound of the last note. Here. Don't get nothing out of that since I'm basically tanking this as red. Wrong one. Thank you, Graha. Maybe you might actually be putting out that damage. Man, all of these single button combos.
Nothing to worry about.
That's a lot.
The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
Which one first, though? Okay. Oh, no. Are rocks dead? Oh, I see.
best, eh?
Okay, well, we totally got this then. Wait a minute. My mic sounds a little different. Oh well. We'll see. Where am I? Just up there. That's easy.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
I had to do something to counteract our finding a cure for tempering.
Thank you for saving our lives once again.
Absolutely.
I remember you from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Convenient.
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
It's rather nice that, like, the abominations bursting into a whole ton of... Oh, yeah, Paladin Graha.
Get out of here! Quickly!
It's rather nice that all these abominations, or what are they?
Lose them. Not a one.
Blasphemies.
This will be a brighter future. I
Bursting into, like,
let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve.
Bursting into a bunch of Akasa. Or, oh god, that stretch texture was a little off. These things bursting into a bunch of Akasa.
Together,
Dynamis
Alize. You're embarrassing yourself.
doesn't, like, drive everybody else mad.
You might never measure up to our champion.
You do fine. You do quite well.
But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let Eorzea's hero fight alone.
Speaking of, I'm doing a slow, cool guy walk into frame when I should just be running the whole time.
Oh.
Or like on my mount. Hey, what's up? I got new armor. I hope you recognize me. Why aren't you more swole, Alize? You've done well in my absence. You've done quite well.
I can look after myself,
Never doubted it.
Everything's in order, I trust.
We'll see. Maybe. It might be. I've got some news, but we've got some other stuff to do first.
Come on!
Glad we got Tank Graha.
Trio for the end.
Yeah, this is a good group. Oh yeah, do your tank stuff. Hi. This one's got a lot less health. Or, you know, it's much easier.
Just the beginning.
That's fine.
I had a feeling I'd find you.
Welcome back, Estinian.
This should be the last of the worst trouble they could make. With me!
Alphino, you wanna? Yeah, there it is. Raha still needs healing. Like, look at... Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, that's fine. Go Stinian. Happens first. I think this is fine. Of course, we've got a team of, like, one more than a light partner. So really, thank you, Tank Graha. Good job, bud. Guess we've got everything under control.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Already?
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Probably. They're really pompous, though, so maybe
Your
that actually
hesitation
affords
is
them
not
some
unwarranted.
defense.
The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland.
So get to the moon.
What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you.
Except fight.
power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons.
Certainly
Come
that
to
ship can
old
make, like,
Charlian.
more than
Please.
one trip, right? Right? It'd be really hard to gather, like, everybody in Old Charlian
We
all
would
at
be
once
fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
before the final days really hit Charlian, and then make a single trip up to the moon. Best to use that
Seems there's
Tower
a
of
new
Babel to carry
destination.
people as much as you can.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
Had to sneeze. Oh, and now it sounds like my mic's back to whatever it was before. Whatever.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes.
And us Scions to actually help them out in the heat of things.
Behind you! Just there!
Hmm? Come on, Estinian, let's both jump.
More of them.
Always more of them. What? And why?
Xenos. Here. You'll be alright. Hurry to the airship.
Yeah, you're actually in more danger now. Cool bandana, keep going. Why is Xenos here? Hmm?
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying.
You simpleton.
Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
He does get off on being
That
a rival.
is and has ever been my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry.
Of course.
Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust.
I'm not the one with bloodlust.
So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
Okay. Piss off.
That's it. That's all you care about.
Of course.
Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone.
You know he never cared about ruling.
Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by
What?
their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing in the end. So much wasted effort.
Pretty much.
You bastard!
He doesn't care about your judgment.
For your own sake, Ulysses, you must control your anger.
Yeah, he will
It
kill
serve
you.
no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
I suppose it's a legitimate
If my
question,
motives
really.
met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof.
I guess when juxtaposed against the rest of the expansion, Xenos is in, like, a really good position to completely live through the final days, right? He's stronger than most every beast that's ever going to be born out of all these abominations, and he definitely has a reason to live, which is just to fight me and have better fights. He is at no risk of drowning in despair or giving up at all. Everything else taken into consideration, it's not really an enviable position, but, like, he'll be fine.
Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends. Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so.
Which...
What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone.
Right, so even though he's a complete murderous shit who is unfit to rule and can only bring about harm, he has a better answer than all of the civilizations that the Mattia found. Right? He knows that much at least. He's made his own reason to live.
Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death.
Fair.
But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you.
Right. It's not going to do anything.
So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos!
Do not ask him to join us. Come on. Come on.
Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day.
Does a sociopath care about that at all?
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly.
He'll just find it elsewhere.
You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
I mean, he will, and it's not very agonizing for him. Boring, and he definitely does want that fight. But he's got the resolve to continue on and not fall prey to the final days. There's very, very, very little question about that. Whoops.
There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish.
We have other ways of going to the moon.
Do
or back to
contain your
Charlayan.
surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
No, he
I
couldn't
must
do
visit
that.
Garlemald ere we return to Charlayan. Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
You're in Garlemald.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
And we all walk away from him.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Perhaps. Hopefully Fortunal wants that. More tea. Never fail in a hydrate check. To see Zeno standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind. But looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Nor is he lacking for villainy, though he's not in control of the nation anymore. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. Why? Oh hey, look at the weapon! Does it look anywhere near as cool as mine? And I still definitely want Andrew Magitech Spear. It is better. Way less crit hit, but determination instead of direct. So base damage go up. Okay, I mean, that's kind of cool. It's pretty funny. Big old drill tip is kind of interesting. I do kind of like that. It's not as good as my Bozja Glamour. I mean, that's pretty good. I still want that Tower of Zot weapon.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives.
It's true.
Though not all, I regret to say.
Well, can't go into battle hoping to lose none.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuneau Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand.
I don't know
as
about
they've yet
that.
to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
Of course.
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
Yeah, you need people who are courageous and capable and, like, aren't going to turn into blasphemous terminus beasts. You're okay, Euless. It was your former commander
We
who is...
swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
Yeah. And you can see that all of us working together is a pretty good way to defend
It seems you have everything
Garlemald.
under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
Now's a pretty good time for that.
Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
What harm could that do?
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
Have we ever?
I swear.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does.
I've always said
my thanks.
I've always said Baldesian, and I still think that sounds cooler than Baldessian.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
Oh, I went way beyond the First. And yeah, you all need to be made aware of that, because, woo! The things barely make sense.
Did you hear something just now?
Why are the Loperids here? Pudding way? Couldn't tell if that was weird shadowing on her mouth or if she's got black stuff coming out her face. Okay.
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Orianja, I think that one may have taken it a little bit too seriously. Good work on the horror angles and twitches, though.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort.
Maybe eventually. Aren't you freezing? You look like you should be freezing. Though I guess the sky is burning,
'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Right?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Something you probably should have done before coming down.
Allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plan. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed.
Can you help?
So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Aetherius. Orianja made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Yeah.
Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Orianja's inferior works no more.
I'm certain some chef around here can teach you.
Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal.
Like, half of the Loporitz comedy is not quite for me, and then, should you acquire assistance with whatever, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And the reveal of Pudding Way, pretty good.
Love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that. Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Orianja made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just
Orianja is not even wearing socks.
Towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
What did you not?
Me, but are they?
Those are the Lunarians.
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow. Well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydalin's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us.
Perhaps she could
help. As you have surmised, preparations
for
for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
And maybe their presence will help you drop all your hubris.
That I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loporitz made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
About time you start doing that. Yeah, we're gonna go with good to have you back. I don't need to start talking like a Ryanja. He could use some socks and a scarf, though.
At least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Wilt thou attend us at the forum and lend thine own wisdom?
Do we really want to share all of that with
If
the
that's
forum?
all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
No doubt they have their own transport. Okay, well that was quite a lot of scenes. Wow, where? Okay. I dare say, Master Fauchelevent was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Heidelin's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventure ere we are summoned to the rostra. Yeah, I have another reason for needing to go to the Annex. Gladly pay 100p to skip all that travel. This spear is, I mean, the rocket drill tip is pretty funny, but it kind of clashes with the rest of my stuff. Whereas the Bozja spear is super good. Yep, keeping that. Keeping that. All right. What do we have to say? Do we immediately go meet the Forum? Or do I tell them first? Important gestures. Hey, I've got some more informative news. Not that I'm complaining, Arianja, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Theris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loporits a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Good. Much better to have allies focusing on that than just straight up escaping. Kyle tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I don't know how yet, to be honest. I've news to share regarding our study of the ethereal sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, so I would rather hear them first. I don't know, yours might, like, lead to some revelations through mine. I didn't... Maybe I read that subconsciously. To what revelations did Heidelin's Elpis flower lead? Well, so I spent some time hanging out with Heidelin and Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus and Fendaniel. And man, I've got some bad news about the rest of the universe. Or, you know, just like 5 or 6 other stars, not even close to the rest of the universe. And this Dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasa are one and the same, this all but proves Natana's theory. Yeah, I don't know what she's going to do about that, though. We're an entity, through sheer force of emotion, to channel this vast, dormant reservoir into a raging river, its power might surpass even that of Aether. I mean, they sound kind of equal to me. We just don't know how to wield the latter. Or we don't know how to wield Akasa Dynamis. But if our star is so replete with Aether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the Dynamis of the Great Expanse. They are Meteon, or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Well, it sounds more like brooding than hoarding. They were mostly all already dead. Untold anguish and fear and hatred, drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Aetheris. And our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. Well, that much is true. We have but one end to defeat Meteon. Yeah, sort of. Make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteon and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteon escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Venat, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. So we need to go speak with Hydaelyn and find out where Meteon is. The implications of temporal magic are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Venat Emet and Elpis are one and the same. They probably are, though. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. I think that was merely a backup plan. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteon? Yeah, I mean, the Venat I know would not give up. And the Venat we saw in those scenes would not give up. She was very, very clear. That's my impression too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. It's not a singular answer thing. The answer is just like, shut the fuck up, you stupid nihilist. So what's the second condition? Actually getting to Meteon, yeah. We must find some means to reach Meteon. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Maybe we throw the moon at her. Right? And put her in Zodiark's prison. Then communing with Hydaelyn must by necessity come first. Do you and Master Matoya have any luck? Or did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Arenvald and our other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the Antitower. Master Matoya... Wasn't the Antitower on the first? Am I thinking of a different tower? I'm gonna look that up in the Duty Finder real quick. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea built closer to home. Q. Fortunal? Oh, sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Well, we still have other plans. Then Father was able to persuade them to let us go speak. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. Yeah, maybe we decide to not run and flee, and instead throw the moon at Meteon. Right? That'd be really funny. go to the Rostra. The forum is in session, and as such, the Rostra is closed to visitors. Sign of the seventh dawn. Very well. You may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door, lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest, and the implements of war are expressly forbidden. Oh. Should I go ahead and change to a mage class? Have I been in here before? Been in the side. Oh, we just walk in. Hey, I'm in Senate. Hey, showing my respect. Hey, all right, cool. Yeah, I still really like Charlane's BGM. That's just super solid music right there. Just jumping around your desk. Don't mind my footprints.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter.
Oh?
We are here to listen and to learn. But if the forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
What's your proposal?
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Yeah, I mean, big trust to Alphino. But what's the proposal?
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention...
We don't get to hear it.
The ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter.
Dear Forum, have you heard of Bofades? We've got about 18 of these.
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glacies. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let
You
us
could just
begin.
not hold anything back.
First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Charlian has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Charlian citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies.
Of course, beginning with your
Rad's
allies.
at Harm was foremost among these. But since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
Well,
An ambitious
that is
plan.
good.
You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
Including, like, the beast tribes?
As many as we can.
That sounds like a no.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
Thank you, Stola.
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
I would
Questions
fart in
as
this
to
hall
the
right
validity
now.
Of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
That wasn't an insult. We're asking.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated.
Yeah, they happened pretty quick.
At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
The Loperids could probably help with that.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient.
Ether burner? Could you not maybe just, like, take giant chunks of ceruleum since you're leaving the planet
Though cargo
anyway?
is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
That might prove problematic if you need to, like, make any attunements there at the final day of the final days.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem?
Like we do so many other times.
We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
Well, we get people to the moon and then we take the Ark to Meteon.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
It is your Ark.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself.
Have you tried throwing little bunny people at it?
Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one,
You also
have
have
faith in my erstwhile students to provide it. and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Okay, so really, have you tried throwing little bunny people at your problem? Because they've been working on... They've been working on propulsion for a long time.
All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
And possibly have better magics than you. It seems to be more unanimous this time around. Yeah.
71 in favor, 28
Dang,
against.
you count fast.
The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
How did you not vote for that, man? Come on.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Very true. Now, about these little moon bunny people. Oh, I should have talked to everyone else first. Oh well. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was, admittedly, thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Meteon, in the spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the arc as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep up our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Aether Burner. I'd like to think this is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. Yeah, I think it's that later one that's really gonna do good. Like, Stola and Urianger and Graha could maybe help with that. And, like, the twins, they're good students, but certainly they have the top studious mages. Wow, Greek pronunciation. Mages working on the Aether Burner problem. Honestly, let's head to our extended circle of associates and throw moon rabbits at the problem. It might behoove us to learn how an Aether Burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. His father seems so eager to help, maybe we can have him educate us about the Aether Burner. While I very much take issue with the Forum's approach to selecting whom to save and when, they're not wrong for wanting to minimize potential conflicts. Fortunately, if this plan of ours actually works, the Great Exodus itself will become entirely unnecessary. Yep. Especially since they're probably not going to take up like Sahagan or Goblins or anybody else, because, well, we don't get along with those. Which is much like the ancient Askians being like, well, this life form's not fit. Whew. I admit, bringing up the issue of the Forum's incomplete arc was more than a little daunting. They were, to their credit, quite open about the current state of affairs. What was even more surprising, though, was when they took Alphanel up on his offer. Yeah, that was a little unexpected. I'm a little vexed that we've yet to learn of the Forum's replacement for the Anti-Tower, though I expect that in time they'll share that with us too, and with Master Matoya, if they've any sense. The further we pursue the mysteries of the universe, the more I struggle to comprehend the fortuitous nature of time itself. We measure and quantify it based on observations of celestial bodies, such as the sun and the moon, but from your account, it is unclear whether the ancients viewed time in a similar manner. I mention this because while Venat knew the final days would reoccur at a defined point in the future, she presumably had no way of knowing exactly when. Even so, the completion of the Forum's preparation to escape to the moon aligning so closely with the advent of the final days is surely no coincidence. I mean, it could be. We definitely did a lot of time travel wackiness pretty recently. Perhaps if Midgarstormer were still alive, in the traditional sense that is, he could have offered to help the vessel attain the necessary speeds. Then again, there's no guarantee his contribution would make enough of a difference to matter. Of late, I have seen no sign of the Loporrits. This being their first opportunity to experience the wonders of Sharlayan, the potential for misadventure is nigh infinite. Yeah, what did they get up to? My affinity for espionage may have earned me the title of Archon, but I was completely unaware of the Forum's plans. There may have been clues here and there, but I've been of a mind to look had I been of a mind to look for them, but contemplating that possibility only serves to further wound my pride. Not that anyone could have realistically surmised that their brilliant stratagem was to build a giant ship, fly to the moon, a still larger vessel in truth, and use that to travel to another star. Even now, the whole idea seems positively absurd when spoken aloud. Yeah, we're on some Gurren Lagann shit, huh? Just straight up. Alright, let's see what this Chondrite chest looks like. Almost certainly not better than what I'm wearing now. Or Chondrite, whichever. As instructed, I shall take you to see the Ether Burner. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising, where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? You look like you're wearing the same stuff that I'm wearing. Is it just dyed white? It's the tank version. Yeah, it's the tank version. That looks pretty good, too. That looks pretty good. Oh, it's this way. This city still gets my vote for best BGM. What's this? The faculty. What do we need to do for that? This is, yeah, underground. Back in Labyrinthos. At level 88, it makes sense that we're going back here. We saw like level 88, 89 fates going on around here. Oh, I just talked to all of you about this. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon's lift. Step inside and have Ophaline take you to the medial circuit. We're going to range 2 of 3. Later, Custodian. You wish to use the lift, yes? Yes. Thank you for finally letting us. I've sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha on the other side of the Mariel Agronomics. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to... No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. I can't just walk straight into another elevator. What a great design. Really? 8 levels higher. I bet this is a fairly popular leveling zone too, once you can fly through here. Because like all of the stuff on these first couple of levels are pretty close together. Although I guess Thavnir might be better. Because if you like have an 80 or 81 character and then go do some like 88 or 89 fates, that's going to hit really hard. And you might not really get much experience for it. Excuse me, pardon me, coming through your very nice place on my bomb palisade. Also, very good music. We're gonna wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here, being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they're able to create an ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Yeah, artificial weather is pretty cool. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? My father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. That night before, I'd been asking Father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It was all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loporits in recreating a similar environment, I've come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiarch, the habitations built for all mankind neath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos, in preparation for the Great Exodus. But that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loporits have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. It's very true. Alas, time is not on our side. Also incredibly true. I have arranged for you all to enter the Central Circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the greater Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed. Whoop. I went backwards. Hello, Hello, Hester. By decree of the Forum, the science of the The scions of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the central circuit. Let us proceed. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, it might extend all the way over there. We looked down from over there? No. Up there. Yeah. Cool. The Aether Burner is being constructed not far from here, overseeing the work of Kokol Dunkol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. I know it's the other way. Don't think... I'll through this door real quick. We'll just get this little bit of map added real quick. Tiny bit of map. Okay, well, other direction first, and then we'll go get that aetherite. Can I have a better view down into the center from here? Oh, I see. That's a cool roof. Why does your roof look like a fan, even though it couldn't fan everything? Oh, maybe like the air current design. Those could be slats. That's a cool roof. Man, Thavnir's colorful, but this place is a pretty cool design too. We need big angry rock golems. Are those even rock golems? Those look like armor golems. Cockle's Forge. Cockle's Forge. Oh?
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Down near lost me eyebrows. Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Ether Burner conundrum.
From us.
Huh. Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Ether Burner.
Aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace.
Sure, it's always good to kind of
As the
rethink a
name
problem.
ought to tell you, the Ether Burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb.
Unless you stand behind it.
But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient.
A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Yeah, I mean,
Hast
when
thou
it comes to
consulted
engineering,
with
that...
the Loperids?
Right?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Well, of course he does.
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamit's construction and launch.
Also, there's an Allegan ship on the moon.
That's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ins like blowing up a dam and watching the river of Ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity.
Dalamud. What is that, 7-8 bots now? Nice. Nice.
With more? Well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
That's probably the first thing they thought of, though, right?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with.
No. No, do not skip.
Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow
I smell a
them up.
dungeon.
It's rough going in there.
And
even
an
for the
Allegan
cream.
themed dungeon is not what I would expect.
Sure they'd make it out alive.
Some of those are really cool. You want me to go and fetch the what's-its?
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
With big
there are multiple
defensive systems
internment
still
hulks
active,
in
probably
Eorzea
not.
alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
Are we going to throw armies at this? I suppose that's something Charlayan doesn't have.
What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward.
Let's throw Vritra at
This
one.
is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
An army or two at another, and us at a third. Give you like another 15 or 20%.
I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
Yeah, now we're in charge
My
of armies.
sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamant?
Well, there is that ship on the moon.
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad.
Aye, we do indeed.
Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics.
What?
Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
So better materials and better fuel. We're gonna be burning
his
relics.
Explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Yeah, well, that's super fair.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way.
Look what you can do with allies,
Now let us
Fortunal.
consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Commander Alphino. Commander Alphino. Better version of Fortunal. At times like these, we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alphino has become. Who'd have thought he could achieve so much with a single Link Pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface to inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Baldesian has been kind of barren, so yeah, who might that be? It's for me to know and you to find out. Come on, Kryl. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. What does this chest piece look like? Could it possibly be better than this? Meanwhile, in Ul'dah, right, we haven't seen much of Ul'dah or Ishgard. And we know stuff was going down there. Although this seems quite peaceful. That's a different sword.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames, and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive material. Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches.
Oh, I thought that was Pippin.
They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins, and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberg will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have
Oh,
you
that is
lead
Pippin,
the
okay.
raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collector's
Clandestine?
vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it.
Just
The
punt
final days
that guy
descend
already.
upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth?
Work together. Not that you learned that then.
That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together.
It's very, very simple,
Scions who united
obvious
us then,
lesson.
and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ul Namo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Who next? The Black Shroud.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
Which you should be good at. Oh, hi, Lise.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
We have
It
lancers
might have been a lifetime ago,
and bards
but I
and
was
healers.
once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Yeah. I'm glad she gets more screen time.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
There's a real obvious innuendo there, but I'm gonna leave it untouched.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Yeah. Yeah. Meanwhile, in Corthus.
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already...
Yep. You probably have no shortage of relics or access to some Allegan tech.
A dragon's roar.
Of course. You have many a dragon neighbor. Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea. Wow, we skipped over Korthus real quick. Where are the dragons to help? Or will they simply fly out into space themselves?
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honorable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Hmm? Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is.
Bringing in everybody.
And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Definitely lots of relics in that area. Cockle. Appreciate you doing all this, but I ain't getting hopes up just yet. I'm all for relying on the power of friendship. Just... Anime. But we're now left with the rare luxury of having nothing to do. There must be something that requires our attention. First the Telophoroi, and now the final days. No one can accuse the Ilsabard contingent of backing down from the challenge. Of course, they weren't also committed to the cause when we first set out. But after seeing the example set by you, Alphanel, and the others, the change was palpable. They couldn't help but believe. What serendipitous irony that the remnants of the 7th Umbral Calamity would become the keys to mankind's salvation. Never more certain have I been that Master Louis Soir watches over us. Never more certain have I been that Master Louis Soir watcheth over us from the ethereal sea. Considering how much fuss he has made at the time, I don't see why he takes every opportunity to bring it up. It was just firework. Time and time again, it seems the Allegan something or other are either the cause of or the solution to our problems. Man, there's an old Simpsons reference. To think the self-same materials that once launched Dalamud will now be used to help ferry mankind to the moon. There's a poetry in that. Does it rhyme? I'm confident that even the deadliest of Allegan defense mechanisms are no match for our allies. At this rate, some of them might soon have as many accomplishments to their names as a certain warrior of light. Yeah, I immediately smelled a dungeon whenever they were like, hey, go get these Allegan relics, but this is honestly a cooler solution. Like, we have a small army, kind of, and allies all over the world. Let that be the solution. Absolutely. Resisting the urge to pat himself on the back. Though our friends are searching for refined animatite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might do to be of service? Ha! You've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Allegan technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. He's got some experience. If only Master Kokol knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement. But I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse, and if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you've a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlene Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. Ha, that lot need all the help they can get. Well, let's go talk with some scholars and researchers. I shall endeavor to provide Master Couple with whatever information he should require. And now we go north. But first, oh man, bunch of small map bits. All right, I'm going to rush up to this other aetherite, and I better go to the bathroom. Caffeine does that. Not going to stop me from drinking this tea and soda, though. Yeah, you're big. I don't know. Why are those things here and hostile? It's kind of my same question about the stuff on the moon. It's not a flora or a fauna. That's a magical golem. Again, given this world. Maybe that does count for fauna. Whoop. As surprised as I was to learn the Forum planned to send everyone to the moon, I can't imagine how the common folk feel about it. Well, they weren't. They're skipping out on certain tribes and peoples from what we hear. From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scholar Montachang probably mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting into Nina's way. Let's meet by the aetherite once our work is done. So, got some asking around to do, but first, the aetherite. Well, and the chocobo keep, even though I never use chocobo keeps, I think they're faster. I assume they are. Alright. I will be right back. And we're back. Now with game audio. Alright. That's a side quest. Probably for an Aether Current. Who do we need to talk to? Baltazan. Offering to help. That's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. It's mostly lists of the things we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like a beheaded rabbit that ran by. You've met one. Okay, good, I can't go into buildings. Oh no, too fat. Good, good. Name is Steady Current. Helping with the arc. Even with all the power Master Puckle's managed to squeeze out of the Aether Burner, it's still not enough, apparently. Now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. Yeah. Sometimes that works. Silken grin. Hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Sort of. We're asking what help you need. Working on the Aether Burner? Oh dear. I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples day in, day out. It's tiring and thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace fuel booms or what have you. The forum's got enough on their plate as it is. What with deciding who gets to board the Ark and win, lots of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortunal and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? I don't know what I learned there. Probably just like throwing more Loporits at the problem. And honestly, I still think like that crashed shuttle on the moon probably has something to offer. Hey! Cracky, I wasn't expecting to see you here, Rad. I'm sorry, I don't have a chance to say goodbye. Didn't have a chance to say goodbye, and for having those other Loporits attack you. Terrible misunderstanding, that. Not to worry, though, as all have since recovered from the rather savage beating you administered. Yeah, they stood no chance. None whatsoever. They bear you no ill will. Well, perhaps a little on account of the savagery, but time heals all wounds. Most, anyway. It depends on the wound. How marvelous it is to see you again. You'll be pleased to hear I've learned much since our fascinating discussion in the Caratorium. It's all thanks to Urianger, you see. He has taught me the finer points of cooking, which, despite my name, I knew very little about. So many dishes, and so many hard-to-pronounce words. Actually, I was rather hoping he'd show me how to bake an Archon loaf. They're quite popular, I hear, though it doesn't sound like it contains any flavors to speak of. Still, if that's the sort of thing your kind enjoys, I shall make enough to last the whole journey. Yeah, I mean, we'll probably want some of those, they're convenient. What joy to sample the delights of Aetheris. Fancy meeting you here, Rad. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is Aetheris itself, though we now find ourselves in sort of a funny, underground, miniaturized version of it. It's true. Urianger. Oh well. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears that they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around. Or at least, that's what we were planning to do until we chanced upon Urianger and yourself. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? We could probably point towards the people who need your help. Oh yeah, I didn't check out the chest piece. Tour of Labyrinthos. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestway's burrow, it would be in our best interest to have the Loporits acquaint themselves with these conditions, or those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlane collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Perhaps thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvelous idea. Might we begin with that great big what's-it over yonder? Ah, yes, the what's-it. I shall leave its explanation to Rad. And then they all follow Urianger. Are we going this way? Just like the environmental area again? I mean, that looks alright. Doesn't mesh with anything else I'm wearing. Would look pretty good on my dancer. Is that shoulder piece part of the helmet? Part of the arms? We can unshow helm. It's not part of the helmet. Oh, it's part of this. Oh. Well. We're gonna glamour. This onto the new piece as soon as we can, really. Where did they go? We might end somewhat soon. I'm beginning to see how Shizuka Ren spent a lot of streams on this. Oh, hey. I think at this point, I probably have enough bot comments to make a decent banned words list. Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features. Well, search the apparatus for points of potential interest. You may move the camera. Right trigger and A still. So, there's this bit. It helps with the atmosphere. It's a little hard to see from here. Is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. This must be for purifying the water drawn up from below. Correct. Are these different? And this here pipe is drawing it up from below. Is that water I hear from inside the great big tube? Good hearing. It must be because of those cogs and the gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they're drawing up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it, too. Possibly. It totally is spinning with the help of this wheel. This is a reservoir, I assume? That looks like the trees in Greatest Endwalker. Hold on. It's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. And of course. Observe the mushroom-like thing. Do I have other hints? Was that all of them? Just right there? Oh, wow. Convenient, that. Might just be part one of that journey, though. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I think so. I knew it. Designed brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install in even the harshest of environments. For us Loperites, if that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. It's true. We have read, however, that peoples of Aetheris sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Well, these are both true. They asked about arid deserts, though. Let's go with oases. Not too many waterfalls in deserts, typically. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. It's true. Oh dear, we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we anticipated. Uh-oh. A few adjustments may be in order, once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It's large, you're going to need some recycling going on. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place. Yeah, we have oceans and weather. Master Alphonel spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Loperites will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh yes, that sounds splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlian Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? Wilderness? Most of the things on the moon are a bit more fearsome. A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of this settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, to many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth, Loperites may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. Yeah, I still don't know why there's, like, big predators and angry golems running free. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way. To the water extraction, what's it? What are these fire dudes doing in the middle of these grassy plains? So much. I really hope this water extraction is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. Yeah, I mean, I would also rather just teleport there. I think we might... I've got to cook dinner sometime soon. We can go in for a little over 5 hours. That's not too bad. I might see about doing a couple of streams tomorrow. Some more of this, and then, I don't know, some Guilty Gear, some more platforming, there's a rhythm game or two I kind of want to try. Friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha, a destination to fly at the top, at the lift's top. Pray, follow me. Yeah. Not so much tired as hungry. You'll need to use this lift should you wish to go to the medial circuit. I don't know if you're headed that way. I'm headed that way. Marvelous, simply marvelous. So, this is where the magic, or science, rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Aetheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources? I wonder. Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I can't wait to see more of it. Both, kind of. Also, we were able to just walk around breathing on the moon. Which I guess... Oh. What do these look like together? Yeah. We're definitely fashioning and glamoring on the behemoth here. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Mariel Agronomics. As I imagine Seemingway and the others intended to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yeah, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully, interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Urianger was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention Aetheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook no further delay. Alright, let's accompany Cooking Way. Which may or may not be doable while mounted. Made it past everything around here, though. This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples. Alright, follow me around, let's see what we can get for you. Jebki. What you got? Hey, you got some free samples? Oh, that's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. That's me. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here up there. First on the moon, then whichever star of the Forum decides will become our new home. The Forum is just kind of positioning itself to be in charge of everything as soon as we get on the moon, isn't it? It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, but that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated. So, where to begin? Let's try some veggies that aren't carrots. Or some grapes. Try some grapes. Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? Let's see if they're as delicious as they look. Grapes aren't, like, toxic to rabbits, are they? I hope not. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. I think I'll try another. Man, I can scarf down some grapes. Those are delicious. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? I like grapes. They're pretty good. I'm a big fan of fruit. Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Yup. It's pretty alright. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next tree. What do we have over here? Oranges? Peaches? Orange by name, orange by nature. That's right. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat it. Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing like them, really. I may have to consult Urianje about expanding my vocabulary. I simply can't find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your nose up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous as though they are, though they still are in my estimation, let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there. Hi, let's go... Oh, not that field. Those are maybe more like wheat and herbs. You gotta have some herbs and spices in there. You have to. So what do we have here? Pumpkin? Color, that texture. Are they some sort of enormous round carrot? No, these are pumpkins, probably. No? In any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than taste. This is a thing you more cook than eat raw. Blech, it's hard and flavorless. I may as well be chewing on a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop. Can't you see these are pumpkins? No one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. Pumpkin pie is pretty alright too. Then perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. Something like that. I wonder though, if there is anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? What do we even have over here? Yellow fruit? These pears? Apples? Oh, wondrous fragrance. With luck, it'll have a flavor to match. Also, I have no idea how these are eaten. I'll just bite into it. Those are like durian or lime. Those should be on bushes. Ah, my tongue. Is this poison? Lemon? I mean, it's supposed to taste like this. How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Maybe sometime before my palate recovers from this ordeal. They're usually used to clean your palate. As such, I had best call it an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Sure. Jebki, thanks. The cooking way has much to learn about food and cooking. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges. Less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not supposed to be eaten raw. And then there was the lemon. That deceiver! Still feels so violated. Yeah, first time, huh? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one. So I'll give you this lemon muffin I made. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Just try it, just try it. Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to... Oof. A bit of sick came up there. Wow. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well. Lemon muffin, do your worst. Try that on for size. You'll be able to still taste the lemon, but you'll like it a lot. This is delicious. Yup. Probably the best thing you've tasted here. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at your disposal. And sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. For example, I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. I mean, yeah. Literally. Mankind. The Loperids, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirement for survival, it will inevitably seek out to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unobtainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. See? Perfection is not a thing that exists. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What, then, is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect. Be content with what we have and make the most of it. Yeah, everybody's got to find their own reason. Bate on a collective consciousness found like 5 or 6 and no more. There's bound to be hundreds or thousands or uncountable many more planets out there with civilizations on them, and determined that, well, nihilism is clearly the answer, because there is no answer, which is dumb. The opposite is true. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. I do like lemon muffins a lot more than lemonade. Pardon my Eorzean, but what in the 7 hells are you talking about? And who are you, anyway? Oh, cooking way at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. Yeah, that's one of the moon people. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of the Theris' species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Yoranje and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? Not having a high-level machinist, this is more apt. All this heroic getting things done music for, like, sampling fruit and veggies. It's really good. Really, really good music, though. Perfect. I need that dinner right now. My apologies. You could call some of these quests kind of padding and like, I wouldn't blame anyone for thinking that, but it is kind of important stuff to learn for, you know, space travel and colonizing another planet. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? Oh, which one do we point them towards? Limsa is home to the Culinarians Guild. And many less than savory establishments. Haha, this game loves its puns. Loves its puns. But also, the Far East has oodles of noodles. Are you even ready to learn about oodles and spices? Noodles and spices? That's where some fun, easy, but hard to master cooking comes in. I think Cooking Way is probably more interested in the Culinarians Guild. But there's... I'm more of a fan of Eastern cooking. I saute so much. Serve over rice or noodles. Would that I had time to visit. The more I learn of Aetheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. I mean, that's literally what we're trying to do, honestly. Alas, Heidelin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. I think we can resist. Marianne appears to be tallying the Loporits in preparation for an imminent departure. Rad. I trust that time in Mariel agronomics did bear fruit. Our own efforts, too, were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them, and us, for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlaine Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every Lullipert there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Growing way. Aww. What was the awe about? And are we on to level 89 quests yet? There'll be a number of level 90 quests, I imagine. Right. Me as well. Oh. Haven't got that yet. The boots or gloves or whatever is next. Yes, Rad, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetheris at Logisticon Alpha. That's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like this? Man, I told you what you made up on the moon is not quite a forest. They're verdant, at least. The trees of Devania stand particularly proud. You should see the forests of the first. One was purple. But they've got to learn about Aetheris. The Black Shroud is quite leafy indeed. And hey, I started in the Black Shroud. Gasp, I say. With the star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. The moon! What you've done with the moon is worth being proud of. Probably could have done a little bit more in 10,000 years, 6,000 to 12,000 years, but it's still something to be proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. You've done quite a lot. Not at all. Their works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred. How dost thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. It doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death, and we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be used to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in me. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him? Tis as good a place as any. Come. What do we have here? Oh, can I help you? We were wondering if we could help you. Why? Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Please, tell us about thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. Well, I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlan ingenuity, that it's built with peerless, elegant technology. It's all true, but I know. That none of that's a guarantee. Rather, I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us, then what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Aetherburner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well, I mean, Livingway is definitely familiar with them. Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you are especially worried about. Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity. a spatiotemporal spell to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? What if it's too strong? Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one big great cosmos rather than separate places... well, yeah, the same rules do apply. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Let's hope so. Yet if Thancred's tale is true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loperids to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There is naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Aetheris and learn more about them while we're at it. Yay. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Rad, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray, seek out the distressed and apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await thee here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loperit. Sounds good. I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loperit, and every Loperit in their place. Remix of the main theme is great. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on God knows what, made by God knows who. Lots of plurals there's. You mean to say I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. They probably do. Dang. Eight? Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? Would you like to talk to a space pilot? Do you know a starship pilot that I might speak with, truly? Well, then there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Yeah, they're right over this way. 8? I guess we're already a quarter of the way through it, but 8? That's a lot. That's one of the biggest numbers of go talk to people quests I've ever seen. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void synth plated as a piano. My feet and knees are drums and cymbals, too. Yeah, he seems fine. He just needs a break. You take a rest, bud. Can't talk to Silken Grin again? Alright. Anybody hiding down this way? Not immediately. Probably would have... So, oh, nope, there's one. Worries. No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues, and it's helped a lot. Can't recommend it enough. Cool, good. They've already got support. Wait! That doesn't count? Oh, no. Oh, no. That's a lot of people to talk to. We're gonna have to scour this area. I want an Aether compass for people in this quest I have to talk to and give help to. The quest area goes over and beyond this wall, so just so I don't have to come back here. There's not anyone on this side, is there? That would be mean. That would be mean. No, okay. We're looking for researchers inside this little conclave limits. Birkanon. No idea where that name comes from. So I've talked to 4 people and 2 of them have counted, and I need to find 6 more that count. That's a bit much. I mean, there are only 4 Loporits. Harried Aetherologist. You sound like you could use help, based off your name. Blasted assistants. Where have they all gone off to at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that Aether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear, when I find those assistants of mine. Would you like some space bunnies to help out with that? The Loporits are willing to help. Why do you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sods. Don't overwork people. Don't do it. You're a bad person if you overwork your workers. In fact, I'm an advocate of physical violence against people who do in Minecraft. My face? What's wrong with my... Wow, perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Would you like some people who've been living on the moon for thousands of years to help out with that? Including the Loporits in our discussion is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps the biology itself might offer some clue. This one. Mayhap. Ponderous mathematician. Please need help. Do you need some help from some space rabbits? Consult our collaborators? I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips should the Aether burner make our original estimates unfeasible. But there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. Perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thanks for letting me know. Good. Okay, well, we've got 5 out of 8. I'm going through about half of this place. So let's find some more. And then maybe call it Anxious Engineer. Perfect. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities of the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons. Chirurgeons. It's such a weird word. I have no idea where any of that comes from, except for juns. But to imagine every illness or injury that one might face is a great expanse. In that great expanse is beyond any of us. To say nothing of the effects of that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. Would you like to talk to some moon people about it? A crew from the moon? Why didn't I think of that? Capricious researcher. Maybe. I don't know, they can probably talk someone's ear off, right? The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things. Feasible one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet I've never felt so alive. Yeah, they're being manic. Alright. Have fun with that. Irascible administrator. I don't know, you sound like you just need to be slapped. Yes you idiot. Have you seen an envelope lying around? I've seen many envelopes, just not, recently, around here. This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment. Why not just pay for it? You're in administration. probably pay for it. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be more help than you. You've wasted enough of my time already. Hey! Nobody needs that attitude, man. You've convinced people to not want to help you with that attitude. Don't you dare. Okay, good. Good. We need dos más. 2 more. Ni. Distracted researcher. Bunches of weeds in the ground. If you'd like something better to do. Well, alright. Well, if that's how you take a break. Oh. Pleasant conversation partners and oh so fuzzy. Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. Yeah, I mean, I think probably talking to rabbit people from the moon is a better way to spend a break. Even if you're just listening to them help everybody else with their problems, than picking weeds. Level-headed engineer concerns? Nah, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make the work go that much slower. This one, it seems to be coping well. Yep. There's only so much worrying will get you. Though it can be pretty motivational. Unconcerned gleaner? Probably not what we're looking for. Apologies, but I'm awaiting a delivery. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. Yeah, they seem set. Oh no, 1 left. Just 1 more meteor icon, please. They also have toad familiars going throughout the place. Occupied administrator, probably don't need to talk to moon rabbits. How can I help you? Would you like to talk to some moon rabbits? What a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I only need to track down 100 or so cups. But don't worry, I can manage. I think we plan to cheer everyone up goes well. Well, thank you. Thank you for the well wishes. Another Russian bot. So easy to report. Where is our last person in need of help? Oh no. Okay. There's the one person up here where I was like, please no. Maybe yes on the other side? Although I think I looked around up here already. Maybe we can go in the building, right? Let's get a sign out front. I can't go in the building. Anyone hiding away in a corner? Okay, well, that's one thing. I'm certain this person had no sign over their head. Yeah. This is why I was dreading searching for 8 people, even though it's like searching for 12 or 15. No one out this way. It's good. Go search all the way up that gate, right? I might do that. I want to make certain I can't go in any of these houses in the middle, because that's also a very mean possibility. Ah! That one had an open door. Well, there's our possibility, huh? It's got a sign on it. It's got a sign on it. Let's search other buildings over here, just in case. Right, like I can go into this one. There's a side quest in it. Oh no, there isn't. List. Sign on the door. Maybe this building? Nope. Sign. 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 I guess I can try going to this building. It's possible. It's not. Wow, you know what sucks? This quest. It is cute. And it is being a big ol' helper. Oh man. I kind of hate this. I want to go cook dinner. This is going to be like half an hour or more of just running around here looking for people to talk to go talk to the Loperids. Come on, game. It's not exciting. I get what you're doing. This is both padding and like it's legit. We would be around here helping people with their problems by pointing them at moon bunnies. But like, at least you could shrink the quest circle. Can I go like down in this direction over this portion of the wall below? No. Big no. Looking here again. Wow, this is bad. Okay, give me a hint. Well, I'm like one step away from literally combing over this place by just like going up and down in lines. You know, like in really old games, sometimes they'd have super, super bad, poorly thought out, poorly indicated quests or side quests or secret items that were just like click on this one square in a game that's all tiles, and there's absolutely no indicator for whatever it is you're picking up. Like, at least with Earthbound, you had, like, the white and black seeds. You could actually see them in the desert. But some old games, you'd be able to pick up a secret item or something that was super handy by clicking on an empty square. When there was literally no indication of anything being there, even possibly. Kind of like with Neo 2, you can pick stuff up on the map. Oh my god, there they are. And so I was just about to go up and down and up and down and up and down. Like all the way up, and then move over a little bit, and then all the way down, and then move over a little bit. Oh my god, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Well, you're not turning into a Nightmare Hellbeast, so probably not. Oh, do pardon me, I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we need to depart at any moment, and if the Polite design buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. But that's highly unlikely. Yeah, highly unlikely. Highly. Would you like to talk to some people who live in space about it? Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that'd be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. No more of that, please. I like being a do-goody helper person, but that was kind of like the most padding possible. Behold, Rad, through thine efforts, word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated, living away doth garner more Loporrits as we speak. How did we get more rabbits here? Good. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. Looks good to me. That is quite a lot more bunnies.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest. Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
You and me both.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
You could have helped a little bit with this one thing, but I would have appreciated it.
Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
Pretty good idea for you to show up, then.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louis Soir, Minfilia, Papalimo.
Yeah, I figured that's who you were talking about. Whoa, is that the striking image of Brunhild?
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Oh no, that's the guy. Nope. That's just Brunhilde's model.
Yes, I am.
Speak of the devil,
Wilson
Thancred.
and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
Moonbreeder, not Brunhilde. Different character. Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
No, I imagine not. Wow, you look the same.
The nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
Oh, that's a lot better than I thought.
Do you have any idea how worried we were?
Hug her back, Urianger.
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person.
Aye, 'twas.
No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise.
Well, that's a nice callback.
Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
It's true. Good parents.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
Urianger has a mom and dad now. Way to go, buddy. I love.
Truly am.
Love the development they've given Urianger.
I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings.
Because he's always been, like, that really smart magic bookworm guy. And he did some subterfuge a little bit, but that's mostly Thancred's deal. But now he's got a lot.
Poems and platitudes of wiser men. Musings on sadness and loss. Studied and memorized. And meaningless in the moment.
He's got a lot more character in this than any other
Silly
expansion.
boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
Alright. I like this quest now.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't
He's still
take
young.
kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while. Arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
This is great.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
Well, that's really nice. I know this expansion is like wrapping up.
I think I can feel her too.
Is like wrapping up a bunch of different stuff. Didn't even have to touch on this, but it's really great that it did.
The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
Quite.
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's
true.
why it's too soon for this to end.
Yeah, we're still doing our backup escape plan. We can't afford to not. But we're going to stop those final days. That was good. That was real good. Wait, I should talk to Bloida and Wolfson. Rad, be assured that I'm fine. I am full glad to see them, too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Blovida. You must be one of the Scions, correct? You could say that. Thank you for caring for my daughter. The time she spent with you was all too short, but I know she was proud to have had you as comrades. Urianger is too, I'm sure. And I certainly feel better for knowing he has good friends to look after him. See that he comes home from time to time, will you? That may be a little bit more difficult. Classical Rodigan isn't so different from Yorzian. Did you ever wonder why we named our daughter Moon's Bride? When I first held her, the moon was shining silver and full. The whole world seemed to glow. I knew it had chosen her, that she would be a beacon of that selfsame light. Of course, we'd later hear our fair share of jokes about how we ought to have gone for sun instead, but with how bright and stubborn she was... But fiery as Moonbrida was, she was always kind and gentle. Bam! I house my gratitude for lending courage to the Loporits. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so I shall remain to aid them as needed. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain you. As a matter of fact, I was hoping we could check on Alizé, lest I saw she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes at the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less likely to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. You... Unicorn. Machinist. Yeah, the mix on the gear is just as weird, right? why does yours look better than mine? Right? The aiming stuff looks a lot better, in my opinion. I mean, those legs look pretty good with those boots, but with this helmet and gloves, it's a bit off. Oh, didn't see. Oh, those look good. Dang! Now I want the ketosis full set too. I didn't happen to get. You know what? I'm gonna go glamour all this stuff soon anyway. Oh, the color of the helmet almost matches from the back. And I've got a cute little bow. I did it too, right? Yeah, okay. So with that, with my hyper mismatched look, and a weird bar thing on my leg, I'm going to glamour all this off into the behemoth set. Ketosis gloves are pretty cool, though. Pretty cool. I want the rest of that set. Anyway, with all that being said, I need some dinner. So, woohoo! Oh, it doesn't count with my UI's gone. Until next time, Rad Mahou.